Welcome to the Sleepy Club. This is a quiet place where we learn as we slowly drift towards sleep. Stories move gently here, and knowledge settles without effort. Tonight, we are not looking at charts or maps. We are not rushing anywhere. Tonight, we are drifting into something much older. We are entering the long memory of the world. We are entering the age of dragons. Across distant lands and across long stretches of time, people looked at rivers, storms, fire, and mountains. They gave these forces a living shape. They imagined vast, coiling beings that guarded water, breathed flame, or slept beneath the earth. These were not only monsters, they were ways of understanding the world. Think of this story as a slow flight, a steady glide above valleys and seas. You remain warm and still wherever you are. There is nothing you need to follow closely. The story will move on its own. This video is meant to soften your thoughts. It is meant to help your body rest. Jill, there is always a small chance that a dragon may stay with you a little longer than expected. If you find yourself awake late at night, thinking about ancient serpents beneath mountains, or guardians curled around forgotten springs, that is perfectly fine. If you enjoy stories like this, you are welcome to like the video and subscribe to the Sleepy Club. It helps this quiet space continue, and it helps others find a calm place to rest. Now, let your shoulders drop. Let your breathing slow. Feel the weight of the day loosen. There is nowhere else you need to be. There's nothing else you need to do. Tonight, we begin our journey, a slow journey, into the ancient, patient story of dragons. Across the world, and across long stretches of time, people have told stories of enormous scaled beings that breathe fire or command water. These ideas appeared in distant lands such as China, Europe, and the Americas, and the shared image invites a slow wondering about where it all began. Different cultures shaped this creature in different ways. Some imagined dragons as wise and protective presences. Others saw them as destructive and terrifying forces. Yet the image endured for thousands of years and still moves quietly through our imaginations today. Whether you are settling gently into the night, or simply drifting with curiosity about the origins of these legends, it is enough to be here now, breathing softly, allowing the story to unfold. If you travel back to the earliest written stories, the world begins in a storm and a struggle. The enemy is not a rival king or a neighboring tribe. It is a serpent as vast as the sea itself. In ancient Mesopotamia, scribes pressed these ideas into clay. They named the primordial waters Tiamat, a mother of gods who took the form of a colossal sea creature. In the Babylonian creation epic Enuma, Elish, the young god Marduk, faces Tiamat before the gathered gods. He casts a net to trap her and summons the winds until the waters are torn apart. When she opens her mouth to swallow him, the winds rush inside and hold her open. Marduk releases an arrow that pierces her heart and the battle ends. What follows reveals how ancient people understood order and chaos. Marduk cuts her body in two. From one half he forms the dome of the heavens. From the other he shapes the earth. Rivers flow from her eyes, becoming the great channels that water the land. The body of the chaos, serpent, becomes the framework of a livable world. Creation here is not gentle growth. It is the taming of a monster. This way of seeing runs through many early cultures of the Near East. Among the Hittites, a storm god battles a serpent named Ileana. In one version, the serpent steals the god's eyes and heart, an image of a world without sight and courage. Through cleverness and a feast prepared by a goddess, the serpent is bound with rope and slain, and the god recovers what was taken. In another version, the god wins by marrying his son into the serpent's household, and then forcing a final duel, in which the son dies alongside the monster. These stories are not simple adventures. They are reflections on the cost of order and the sacrifices required to restore balance. Along the Levantine coast, tablets from Ugarit describe the storm lord Baal, fighting a seven-headed sea serpent named Lotan, called the fleeing serpent and the twisting serpent. These words echo later in Hebrew scripture, where Leviathan appears as a sea dragon broken and scattered by divine power. In the Psalms, the heads of sea monsters are crushed, and the heads of Leviathan are shattered. In the book of Job, Leviathan rises as a creature of impossible scale. Smoke pours from its nostrils, iron becomes like straw before it, and weapons fail to frighten it. The poetry makes the meaning clear. The world contains forces that mock human strength, and only a greater power can master them. In Egypt, this pattern became a daily ritual. Each night, the sun god sails the dark river of the underworld, and each night, the serpent Apep rises to challenge him. Priests composed entire books of spells to bind him, to cut him apart, and to weaken him through ritual acts. The Book of Overthrowing Apep describes wax figures that are trampled, stabbed, and burned, so the true serpent of darkness is restrained and dawn can return. Temple walls show the protective serpent lion coiled around the solar boat, guarding it through the black hours of night. The rhythm of Egypt flows through these rites. Floods rise and fall. The sun sets and returns. And if people act with correct ritual and word, the serpent is held in check and the seasons endure. Not every serpent was seen as a pure enemy. In Mesopotamia, artisans carved a dragon known as the Mush-Ushu on the blue bricks of the Ishtar Gate in Babylon. It carried the body of a serpent, the legs of a lion, the talons of a bird, and a horned head. This dragon stood as a symbol of Marduk and Abu, and as a guardian at the city threshold. Here the dragon is no longer raw chaos. It is strength brought under control and placed in service of the city and its gods. The same form can destroy the world in one story and protect it in another. What changes is not the scales or claws, but the place the creature holds within order. Persian tradition preserves a darker image. In the Avesta, the demon Azai appears as a three-headed dragon who brings drought, deceit, and ruin. Later poets call him Zahak and tell how serpents grew from his shoulders after a corrupting kiss. He is eventually bound to a mountain to wait until the end of days. This image of the chained dragon mirrors other stories of binding in the region. Restrain the serpent, and the world can breathe again. Release it, and the wells dry up. For societies dependent on rivers and seasonal rains, the meaning required little explanation. All these stories share a common shape. A serpent or sea dragon represents raw power that overwhelms and unravels. It can stand for flood or drought, plague or eclipse, invasion or collapse. Rather than pointing to maps or measurements, ancient storytellers gave these forces a living form. When waters raged at the wrong time, the serpent was thrashing. When rivers arrived on schedule and nourished the fields, the serpent had been restrained. The language is mythical, but the concerns are practical. People wish to live, to plant, and to see their children grow. For that to happen, someone had to face the monster. These myths also shaped ideas of kingship. A good ruler was a slayer or binder of serpents, one who cut through chaos and restored flow and order. In Egypt, the ritual defeat of Apep affirmed the power of the pharaoh and the priesthood. The Enuma Elish ends with the gods granting Marduk many names and the authority to rule. Even the dragon on the gates of Babylon announced to every traveler that wild forces had been subdued. Politics coils quietly within every serpent story. Art preserved these memories. cylinder seals show long-bodied creatures winding around gods and shrines. Reliefs depict the dragon of Babylon with a rigid back and forked tongue. In Egyptian tombs, a solar serpent appears beside the night boat and its lurking threat. These images were not decoration. They were arguments set in clay and stone. The world would endure because the serpent had a place, bound or made sacred. This story was renewed each season as farmers drew straight lines through fields that flooded and receded on time. What led so many cultures to imagine chaos as a serpent? Part of the answer lies in lived experience. Large snakes command attention and fear. Crocodiles rising from river mud resemble living dragons. Storms turn seas into coiling ridges, and the air hisses before the squall breaks. People who lived close to rivers and coasts and measured survival by flood seasons needed no teacher to recognize the shape of a monster. Nature shows them the profile every year. Floods rise and fall, and the outline of the serpent returns again and again in water and sky. There is also the long memory of bones. Across Asia, people uncovered great fossils and named them dragon bones, and in later centuries apothecaries ground these bones into medicine. Long before that, a jaw filled with teeth or a rib cage pulled from a strange cliff would have been enough to confirm the old stories. You do not need to know what a dinosaur is to feel that something inhuman once swam or strode here. The mind supplies scales and smoke, and the tail of the serpent grows another ring. When you step back and look across the first civilizations, the pattern holds with small local turrets. Mesopotamia frames creation as a dragon fight and hangs the sky on the bones. Egypt ritualizes the nightly duel, so dawn can be guaranteed. Anatolia tells of a storm god who must win back his heart and eyes from the snake. Canaan sets a seven-headed serpent against the rain god. Israel takes up the language and makes the victory belong to the Lord alone. Persia turns the dragon into a bearer of plague who must be bound until the final day of time. In every case, the serpent stands for what must be mastered for life to continue, whether flood, drought, darkness, or the arrogance of a failed ruler. This is why the serpent of chaos sits at the beginning of the dragon story. Before mailed wings and hoarded gold, before the knight and the lance, there is a river god with a net, a priest with a knife of flint, and a king who promises to hold back the dark. The dragon first appears as a shape for the central problem of the world, how danger becomes order, and how days can follow each other in a line. The ancient answer was direct. You find the serpent, and you put it to use, or you put it to the sword. The earliest storytellers did not leave the serpent alone in the dark. They set a figure against it, and gave that figure a name, a weapon, and a reason to fight. The shape shifts with each land, but the bones of the story remain steady. The world is not right. Water is withheld or floods rage without end. Fields cannot be planted, and cities are threatened. A god or champion steps forward and faces a creature coiled around what everyone needs. The fight is not play or sport. It is a struggle for a livable world. In the hymns of the Rig Veda, the storm god Indra earns his place by killing a dragon called Vritra. Vritra holds back the waters and the land dries and cracks. Indra drinks the sacred draught that gives courage, lifts the thunderbolt, and strikes. The hymns linger on exact images. They say that when Indra smote the dragon, the mountains split, cattle ran free, and the 7 rivers burst into their courses. This is a clear way to tell a river people that the flood has come on time. Later, poets add more detail. They say the thunderbolt was forged by a divine craftsman, and that a great sage gave his bones, so the weapon would have strength. Yet the truth that matters is older than these additions. storm, thunder, and rain are the tools that break the serpent of drought. The hero is a sky figure who brings water back to the fields. Across the Iranian plateau, a kindred battle appears. Ancient scriptures speak of a champion named Thredona, who defeats a many-headed serpent called Ajidahaka. The dragon carries famine and lies which are as deadly as empty wells. When the champion strikes, the land is freed, and the people bless him as a restorer. In later tellings, the serpent is bound on a mountain to wait for the last day. That binding matters. Not every victory ends with death. Often the right ending is a chain that keeps the monster from breaking the order of the seasons. Travel west and the Storm King Bao clashes with a sea serpent named Lotan along the coast of Canaan. The tablets call Lotan the fleeing serpent and the twisting serpent, and they give him 7 heads. 7 is more than a number. It signals fullness and total power. A god who cuts 7 heads shows not only skill in battle, but mastery over a chaos that renews itself. Later, the poets of Israel remember this form when they sing that the Lord breaks the heads of Leviathan in the waters. The monster becomes an emblem for whatever rises against life, and the storm god alone can put it down. Greece carries the story into mountains and islands, and there the dragon often guards a spring, a grove, or a treasure. Zeus, the king of the sky, fights Typhon, a serpent whose heads breathe fire and smoke. When Zeus hurls his lightning, he buries the monster beneath the earth, and some say the hot breath rising from mountain vents is Typhon, still stirring. So his oracle can take root beside the sacred spring. Cadmus kills a serpent sacred to Ares and sows its teeth, and armed men rise from the ground. A mythic way to say a city can grow from blood and courage. Heracles meets the Hydra in a foul marsh and learns that strength alone is not enough. Each cut multiplies the wound, and only when his companion cauterizes the next does the hero prevail. Greek tales speak plainly about cost. They show sweat fear and the clever trick that turns the fight. The lesson is not only that the serpent can be beaten, but that it is clever and only a prepared mind returns alive. The Hittites of Anatolia, who lived between steppe and forest, tell of a storm god who first loses to a serpent named Iluyanka. Through the counsel of a goddess and a mortal hunter, the serpent steals the god's eyes and heart. The god regains what was taken and binds the serpent at a feast. He kills the monster, but must sacrifice his own son who married into the serpent's house. This is a hard story, and it feels older than songs of easy triumph. It says order can return, but always at a price, and that a serpent who wins once can be beaten again if God and people set a trap and pull the rope together. Egypt keeps the rhythm of victory on a clock that strikes every night. The crew of the sun boat faces the serpent Apep in the hours of darkness. Priests in temples far from the river mouth spit on wax figures, stab them, burn them, and grind their ashes so the world opens again to light. The victory is ritual, and it is repeated. This may be the most honest account. No single fight ever tames the world forever. Every season has its serpent, and every night has a black river. People work and pray, and the story is told again, so grain can be sown with a steady hand. Across these lands the parts align. The opponent is serpentine and often many-headed. It lives in water or commands water, and it blocks what should flow. The champion is a bringer of storms or one who borrows their tools. He carries thunder, lightning, or a spear shaped like both. He frees a river, opens a spring, or clears the sky. The result is not only the death or binding of a beast, but the rebirth of a landscape. People do not celebrate a trophy on a wall. They celebrate rain-striking fields that had cracked. A scholar might call this a shared pattern. Tonight, a simpler thought is enough. Neighbors learn from neighbors, and tribes carry songs as they move. Long before ships tied the Mediterranean to the Indus, people traded more than copper, tin, wool, and grain. They traded the names of gods and the shapes of monsters. A good story travels faster than a caravan. Once you hear of a hero who releases water by spearing a serpent in a mountain pass, it stays with you when you see a river burst from limestone after the rains. These battles are not only about weather and fields, they also teach what a leader is meant to be. The god who sits on a throne must have slain or bound a dragon, and the human king who claims divine favor must echo that act through just wars, fair laws, and the digging of canals. In Mesopotamia, kings cut channels through the silt and named them gifts of Marduk. In Egypt, the pharaoh showed that he held Apep at bay by tending temples, keeping the calendar, and filling storehouses so lean years would soften. The hero in the story is not a private wanderer. He is the image of good rule. If he fails, the serpent is not the only victor. Famine, banditry, and despair follow close behind. The struggle also carries a quieter meaning that anyone can feel. The monster can stand for sickness, a drought of the heart, or a fear that wakes you in the dark hours. The hero can be a parent who refuses to yield, a wise woman who knows when to heat the iron, or neighbors who rope the problem and pull together. Myths survive not only because priests repeat them, they endure because the mind recognizes pieces of its own life in ancient scenes. There is always a river to free, and always a wound that will not close unless the right fire is found. The old world kept telling the story even as cities fell and new tongues rose. In a Greek poem still read today, Perseus flies to a shore, finds a royal daughter chained to rock as a sea monster rises from the deep. He uses a mirrored shield to turn a greater monster to stone and wins the day. In another tale, Jason sings a serpent to sleep, so he and his crew can steal a golden fleece and a path home. These are variations on an old chord. The serpent guards what is needed, and the hero finds the single tactic that works. Sometimes it is a hardened edge, and sometimes it is a lullaby and a draught of herb. Look north where sagas formed among fjords and long winters, and the mood changes, but not the substance. There, the serpent becomes a sea creature that circles the world, and even the gods fear it. The hero may be a fisherman god who hauls on a line until the boat tilts and the horizon slides. In another telling, the serpent is a dwarf-turned-dragon who coils on a hoard in the heath. The slayer is a boy, trained by a wandering smith who lies in a trench and drives a sword upward as the belly passes. Different lands, different tempers, the same bones beneath the tail. Ultimately, the monster sits on what the world needs, whether water, peace, or wealth, earned through long labor. The hero pays in blood and pain to release it again. These stories were not bedtime fancies for children. They were told as proof and as warning. Proof that forces which seem unbeatable can be mastered. Warning that nothing stays mastered without care. The serpent does not die once and for all. It returns in the next season, under another name. The dragon of drought becomes the dragon of flood. The beast at the spring turns into the beast in the sky. When sickness rides a hot wind, the remedy remains the same. A champion rises with a tool that fits the trouble, with companions who know their part, and with patience to finish what has begun. One more thread binds these stories together. The hero rarely wins alone. Even when a god throws thunder, someone has forged it. Even when a champion swings a sword, someone holds the torch to seal the wound that will not stay shut. A goddess offers counsel. A priest keeps watch through the night and speaks the needed words. A friend stands ready with fire. The monster is vast And the answer is fellowship. That is why these tales are cherished by villages and courts alike. They praise courage, but also the chain of hands that makes courage work. By the time writing spreads and empires rise, the pattern is already ancient. It flows forward into saints on horses and knights in shining armor. It seeps into poems where dragons speak, and into songs where they burn. Yet, at its first telling, it names the simplest human need set against the oldest fears. Water must run in its channels. The sun must rise. The seed must sprout. A serpent that coils around these things must be faced. The hero steps out, thunder rolls, and order returns for another season. If you begin the dragon story in China, you begin before writing, and before kings among villages that shaped jade and watched the sky for rain. In the northeast, archaeologists lifting earth have found small jade bodies curved like the letter C, with raised heads and tucked tails. They are called pig dragons because the snout is rounded, yet the curve and scales mark something older and stranger. The people who carved them lived 5,000 years ago. They buried these figures with care, and that tells two truths at once. The dragon was already sacred and already tied to the fate of the living and the dead. When Chinese writing first appeared on bone and bronze, the character for dragon kept the same long body. Early scribes carved its coils beside the names of kings and records of harvests and sacrifices on ritual vessels of the Shang and Zhou courts. Masks and spirals appear that scholars debate and farmers would have known at a glance. A sinuous beast winds through clouds. The body is serpentine. The head bears antlers, a beard fringes the jaw. There are eagle claws, catfish whiskers, and carp scales. Later Scholas listed these traits like a catalogue of powers. What matters is the feeling. The dragon is formed from the strongest parts of many animals. It belongs to river, mountain, and sky at once. In Chinese thought, the dragon is first a lord of water. It rises with thunder, coils in cloud, and dwells in lakes and a deep sea. Rain falls because dragons move, and a good year's one which dragons are pleased. From this grew a full order of worship and rule. Each region honored a dragon king, who governed the waters of a lake, river, or sea. Magistrates burned incense at his temple and pleaded for rain when fields cracked. Farmers carried images through streets and struck drums shaped like thunder. When drought lingered, officials fasted, slept on straw mats, and led rites at the water edge. When storms battered coasts and fishermen vanished, women climbed temple steps with lamps and petitions, asking the Dragon King to calm the sea. This was not a fringe belief. It was the backbone of daily life in a land built on rice and river silt. The court in the capital claimed the dragon on a higher level. Emperors said their right to rule came from heaven, and they called this the mandate. To show it, they sat on the dragon throne and wore dragon robes embroidered with waves, mountains, and 9 coiling beasts climbing toward a flaming pearl. The pearl remained a mystery painters never abandoned. Some said it was thunder. Some said it was the moon. Some said it was perfect wisdom. The meaning stayed the same. The dragon seeks the pearl, and the emperor seeks it too, which is harmony between ruler and heaven. Only the emperor could wear dragons with 5 claws. Princes and nobles had to make do with 4 or 3. The law was exact and the message was clear. The closer you stood to the Son of Heaven, the closer you stood to the dragon. You can walk the old palace and read this claim in stone and tile. Walls of the Forbidden City carry panels of 9 glazed dragons, each with its own temper and posture. Bridges cross palace streams on the backs of stone turtles and carved pixies, sometimes called dragon sons. A marble ramp rises to the great halls, with more than 1,000 scales carved in relief. Even the rooflines bite the clouds with ridge beasts shaped like small dragons that keep the fire spirit away. You live under dragons in that city. They watch from pillars. They curl around throne dais and incense burners. The eye is meant to understand without words. The emperor rules. If dragons are near and content order holds. If flood or famine follows year after year, then the dragons are displeased, and heaven has turned its face. Myth folds into this public language. An ancient legend tells how Yulu, the Great, saved the land from a flood that lasted for years. He did not try to dam the waters. He studied the channels and cut new ones with the help of a turtle spirit, and at times with dragons hauling earth in their claws. The waters fell, fields and settlements returned. A dynasty began. In another tale, the Yellow Emperor takes on the form of a dragon at death and rises to heaven. This is not a boast of scales, but a way of saying a founder spirit joins thunder and cloud. Other stories soften the grandeur. A farmer named Dong Fu learns the will of dragons and tames them with an honest heart. A village turtle becomes a dragon when it grows old and wise. The lesson remains steady. Dragons favor those who align with the right order of things. Turn your eyes from court to sky, and the dragon rules there as well. The azure dragon of the east stands among the four great guardians, with the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. The dragon presides over spring and the element of wood. When shoots rise and plows move, the dragon is awake. Astronomers traced its shape across constellations, and poets borrowed that language without effort. A spring wind is a dragon stirring. A sudden warm storm is a dragon rolling in sleep. The dragon of paintings and festivals is not a village burner. It is a bearer of rain and luck. It has no wings, yet it flies. Painters show it writhing through clouds, jaws, open whiskers, streaming eyes fixed on the pearl. One master painted 9 dragons in ink, so alive the paper seems to bend beneath them. On blue and white porcelain, dragons chase each other through waves and cloud spirals. Carvers set dragons on roof beams and bridge ends where water runs. When a bell was cast for a temple, a small dragon, often crowned, so the sound would carry like a roar. In streets and fields, the dragon is more than image, it is dance, boat, and song. In the first moon, teams carry a long dragon of silk and bamboo through alleys and squares. Lanterns glow in its belly. The head snaps, and dips drums roll like thunder. Children run and shout, and elders watch with arms tucked into sleeves. The dance is a prayer to wake the luck of the new year. In the 5th month, rowers lean into long, narrow boats with carved dragon heads and painted scales. Drums keep time, oars flash and bite the water. The race remembers a poet who drowned for honor, and it speaks to river gods in the old language of rhythm and speed. Bring rain in season, do not bring flood. The tradition grows its own family of small myths. People speak of the 9 sons of the dragon, each with a habit. One loves to bear weight and squats like a tortoise beneath tablets and steels. One curls on roof ridges and watches for fire. One delights in the sound of bells and serves as a bell handle or boss. One bears fangs on sword guards and door knockers to frighten thieves. Lists vary by place and century, because the point was never a fixed roster. It was a craftsman's shorthand. Carve this creature here, and you ask for this kind of help. Even philosophy made room for the dragon. Sholas of the 5 phases placed it in springtime growth. Thinkers who traced the bond between ruler and subject used it as a measure. A good ruler is like a dragon that governs cloud and rain. A bad ruler is like a dragon that thrashes a lake and sends a sudden flood at night. Confucian teachers warned princes they must deserve their dragons. Taoist masters told of adepts who rode dragons through storms after living lightly and learning the breath that moves the world. The image grew so strong that outsiders adopted it when they needed a sign for China. Travelers from the West wrote of a land of dragons after seeing the emperor's robes and palace walls. The symbol moved onto flags, coins, and treaties. It became political as well as sacred. In later dynasties, rebels chose other beasts to contest the old order of scales and cloud. When empire fell and a republic rose, dragons remained in festivals and crafts, even as they left the flag. Roots that deep do not lift easily. That the Chinese dragon beside its Western cousin, and the differences speak clearly. The Chinese dragon does not hoard gold or steal maidens. It rarely breathes fire. It is long and wingless, yet it flies. It brings rain and commands rivers. It is patron emblem and ancestor. People pray to it in drought and thank it at harvest. The emperor wears it to claim a pact with heaven. A village mason carves it on a bridge so the stream will behave. A whole society speaks through one image about water rule and good fortune. One last thread completes the weave. The dragon keeps company with the phoenix in art, a bird of grace and renewal. Together they stand for balanced rule. Dragon for the emperor, phoenix for the empress. Builders set them in pairs so the message is read without words. Harmony above brings harmony below. Rains in season, harvest in season, festivals in season. The old fear of flood and drought remains, but it is tamed into pageant and pattern. So when you ask why China held to dragons so closely and for so long, the answer settles gently. The dragon stands where heaven meets earth. It binds weather to grain stores, virtue to fields, hope to sky. It carries the wish of a farmer on a dry morning, and the pride of a court that believes heaven watches. It is also beautiful, and that matters more than books admit. A coiled body in cloud, a jaw open to a pearl, claws flexed, whiskers lifting. It is a sight that invites belief that the world is ordered and alive. If the Chinese dragon bears clouds and stands as an emblem of rule, the dragons of the wider Asian world form a great family with many branches. They dwell in rivers, caves, and palaces beneath the sea. Some teach and shelter. Some must be faced with ritual or with steel. All of them hold water and fortune in their coils. Peoples who farmed under the monsoon or fished narrow straits learned to speak to them with offering songs, and at times with a sword. Begin in India, where serpent beings called nagas fill ancient texts and village shrines. The word can mean snake spirit or a king of the deep. In the Mahabharata, the Naga Takshaka brings down a king with venom and sparks the raising of a great fire altar said to consume entire serpent clans. In another tale, the serpent Kaliya poisons a river until Krishna leaps into the water and dances upon his many heads, driving him away so cattle and children may drink again. A greater Naga named Shesha lies coiled beneath the worlds and serves as the couch of Vishnu during the long sleep between creations. Poets call him Ananta, which means without end, and give him 1,000 hoods that spread like a living canopy when gods and rivals churn the ocean of milk to draw forth the nectar of immortality. They use the serpent Vasuki as the rope with powers set on either side. As mountains rise and sink and the world heaves, these are not idle fancies. They fit a land that watches great rivers rise from snow and seeks the right bond with waters that can bless or ruin. The Nagas are not always foes. In Bengal, people still honor Manasa, a serpent goddess who protects against bite and brings fertility to fields and families. In Buddhist law, the newly awakened Buddha sits in meditation as a storm gathers. The Naga king Musalinda rises from a lake and spreads his many hoods to shield him from wind and rain. Later Buddhist stories tell of Naga kings who guard scriptures and relics in palaces underwater and bring them forth when a teacher proves worthy. Here, the serpent is not a dragon, to be slain. It is a keeper of wisdom who chooses the moment to share. From India, the Serpent Kings travel with merchants, monks, and builders. Across old Khmer land, stone Naga bodies still line causeways, their 7 or 9 heads fanned at temple gates. At Angkor, the railings of great avenues are entire serpents in stone guarded by giants and gods, as if the whole city were a model of the first sea. Khmer legends of origin tell of a marriage between an Indian wanderer and a Naga princess. From that union a kingdom is born after her father drinks the flood waters so land may appear. The image speaks clearly. Rightful rule comes from a pact with the powers of water. Follow the monsoon north and east, and the Naga becomes a neighbor. In Laos and Thailand, river serpent shrines stand at bends and eddies. Boat races thunder down brown water, beneath painted eyes on carved dragon prows. In the far northeast of Thailand, people watch the river at the end of the rains for red fireballs rising from the surface at night. Villagers call them Naga lights and read them as signs that river spirits stir. In many towns of the Khao Phraya Plain, temple gates open as fanged Naga mouths, and stair balustrades coil to guard the way. Monks teach that a Naga once took human form to request ordination, and the tale still shapes practice. In some monasteries, a novice wears a serpent-patterned robe for his first days to honor that visitor from the deep. Turn east and the dragon becomes an ancestor of a people. Vietnam tells how the dragon lord Lac Long Quan joined with the immortal O Ko. She bore 100 children, half went with her to the mountains and half with him to the coast, and the country descends from that parting. Later dynasties chose the dragon for their capitals and wrote the dream into names. Thang Long means rising dragon and marks an old name of Hanoi. On roof tiles and imperial textiles, a long-bodied dragon appears with a gentle face, jaws open to a flaming pearl. Court ritual once measured the right to wear or carve that dragon, as in China. But village craft never let it go. It remained a language for rivers that swell and fields that green. The island arcs to the south and another branch appears. In Java and Bali Naga, Basuki and Antaboga emerge in dance and carving as beings who brace the earth and coil at the base of sacred mountains. Temple stairways run between Naga bodies rising at landings with wide flared hoods. In some places, the first churning of the ocean is carved on walls and retold at festivals, so the right rains will come. In the Philippines, the Bakunawa is a sea serpent who rises to swallow the moon, explaining eclipse in a way coastal villages feel in their bones. When shadow bites, people beat pots and call out to drive the serpent away. In Borneo, the Dayak carve a creature called a so that whines like a serpent, bites like a dog, and guards the edges of shields. These island dragons belong to water and wood and the living edge between. Climb into the mountains, and the dragon takes the voice of thunder. Bhutan calls itself the land of the thunder dragon, and sets a white-scaled beast across its flag claws, gripping jewels that stand for prosperity and speed. The national crest and great monasteries carry the same figure. Storms roll off high peaks, and the roar after lightning is said to be the dragon's voice. In Tibet, the dragon shares ground with snow lions and wind horses. Buddhist paintings place Nagas among the lower spirits beneath temple floors, guardians of water and treasure, who must be kept content with offerings so springs run clear and wood stays sound. Wood here and Korea blends court and village into a dragon that grows by worth. Folklore tells of the Imuji, a great serpent longing to become a true dragon. If it endures long years and seizes a luminous pearl falling from heaven, it ascends into cloud. The dragon that results is a Yong, a ruler of rain and river, often drawn grasping the pearl. The thought that patience and virtue can lift a being from one or to another runs deep. It appears in village tales and in the high art of Joseon planners who set royal halls beside ponds, crossed by little bridges, shaped like dragon backs. There were rules for the number of claws a royal dragon could wear, and water rights to set right a year that began to dry. The court kept the creature for dignity, and farmers kept it for hope. At last you reach Japan, where the dragon keeps company with sea storm and mountain shrine. The word is Ryu or Tatsu, and the creature resembles a cousin of the Chinese dragon with local ways. It flies without wings, calls rain when rice needs it, guards springs on temple grounds, and crouches as fountain spouts where worshippers wash before approaching a deity. Old tales speak of a palace beneath the ocean where the sea god Ryujin keeps treasures and tied jewels that can draw the sea in or send it back again. A fisherman named Urashima Taro once visited that palace and married a princess there, only to learn that time flows differently beneath the waves. When he returned to shore, the world had grown old without him. Other stories place the dragon squarely in the path of a hero. The storm-born god Susanoo comes upon an old couple and their daughter weeping beside a river. An 8-headed serpent is destined to devour the girl when it returns. Susanoo brews strong sake and sets it before each head. When the monster drinks and falls into sleep, he cuts it apart and discovers in its tail a great blade that will become one of the 3 sacred treasures of the imperial regalia. The sword is called Kusanagi. The lesson is an old one, spoken in a Japanese voice. Skill and planning, not strength alone, decide the outcome. And from the ruin of a serpent comes a gift that seals a dynasty. Buddhism braided these island and peninsula stories together. As monks traveled from India through Central Asia to China, Korea, and Japan, they carried the image of the Naga as guardian and benefactor. Temple legends across the region tell of serpents who protect a site, bring rain when drought bites hard, or demand that a monk make peace with a spring before building begins. When a great pagoda fell in an earthquake, chronicles might say that the Naga beneath had shifted and needed to be appeased. Sometimes that meant moving footing stones. Sometimes it meant a rite of song and light. In this way, practical engineering and myth met without shame. A builder did what worked and thanked the spirit that allowed it. Step back and a clear pattern rises from these local tales. The Asian dragon and the Naga are bound to water, to fertile fields, to the turning of the year. They give a face to monsoon and river. They explain the spark that leaps from cloud to peak, and the hiss of a spring that never dries. Courts adopted them as signs of authority, because rulers were judged by canals, dikes, and granaries. Villages kept them as neighbors, because food and safety depended on steady rain and a faithful river. Where the serpent threatens, a saint or hero must act. Where the serpent protects, a wise person learns offering and restraint. You can still feel this in daily life. A child runs beneath a paper dragon that curls and dips at New Year in a Korean port, and learns that the sea can be a friend, if honored. A long boat team pulls in rhythm, while a monk shakes a bronze bell crowned with a dragon handle and prays for a safe race and a kind season. A Chinese carver cuts scales into stone at the foot of a stair where villagers climb to leave fruit and ask that a fever break. A Japanese visitor cups water from a dragon fountain, rinses mouth and hands, and ties a wish to a branch. These acts speak without books. We live beside powers greater than ourselves. We can make peace with them. We must also be ready to stand when they turn wild. Taken together, the dragons of Asia feel like a single river with many bends. They do not hoard gold. They do not sit in caves counting cups. They are not trophies for a spear. They are neighbors, patrons, and sometimes judges. They make kings honest. They make builders careful. They make farmers humble. They make storytellers brave. The people who passed these tales to their children understood their task. They were teaching how to live beside water that gives life and how to face the rare days when that same water rises like a serpent and takes what it will. When Greek poets used the word drakon, they meant a great serpent whose gaze never sleeps. The root speaks of watching and seeing clearly. In story after story, these beings guard what matters. They coil beside springs that feed cities. They lie beneath trees that bear golden fruit. They keep watch over a fleece king's dream of stealing. A hero who seeks water treasure or divine favor must face the watcher and either strike it down or find a way past without a wound. Delphi is the right place to begin, because myth sets a serpent at the birth of that oracle. Before Apollo came, the place belonged to Earth herself, and a great serpent named Python claimed the spring. When Apollo reached the valley, he loosed his arrows and slew the creature so his shrine could rise beside clear water. In older tellings, the fight is chosen by the god. In later ones, it is revenge for a mother pursued. Either way, a new order replaces an old one. The god of prophecy builds where an earth spirit once breathed, and the dragon that guarded the site becomes a corpse. The name Pythia given to the oracle remembers the dead serpent and the decay of its body. Even victory keeps a trace of what was taken. Travel to Thebes and another serpent lies at the root of a city. Cadmus follows a cow to choose a place for a new home, and sends men to draw water from a spring sacred to Ares. A serpent rises and kills them. Cadmus goes himself, grapples the beast, and drives a spear through its jaw. At Athena's command, he sows the serpent's teeth into the soil. Armed spring up and fight until only 5 remain. These survivors help Cadmus build the walls and become founders of noble houses. The myth plants a dragon at the origin of a people and makes its teeth the seed of a city. It also remembers a debt. Cadmus must serve Ares for years to atone for the blood spilled. A serpent's death gives life, but it carries a reckoning. In the marshes of Lerna, Heracles meets the Hydra on a day when strength alone will not suffice. The creature lives in foul water and bears many heads. Each time one is cut, 2 return. Heracles brings his nephew Iolaus to drive the chariot, and that choice saves him. He lifts a head high, and Iolaus presses a torch to the stump, sealing it shut. They fall into a rhythm, cut, burn, and move. The final head is immortal, and must be crushed beneath a great rock. Heracles dips his arrows in the poisoned blood, and carries deadly points for the rest of his life. Later, that poison will return to him, through a shirt soaked in a centaur's deceit. The Hydra is more than a monster on a list. It is a lesson about problems that grow when struck blindly, and about the cost that lingers after victory. Far to the west, a grove holds trees with apples of gold. The Hesperides tend them, and Ladon coils through the branches as guardian. No thief can pass while the serpent watches. Heracles needs the fruit for a labor. The stories differ on his method. In one, he kills Ladon and takes the prize. In another, he tricks Atlas into plucking the apples, and then persuades the Titan to lift the sky again while he departs with the fruit. Both versions hold the same truth. A dragon guards treasure, bright as the sun, and a hero must weigh risk against craft to claim it. Painters and potters love this scene. A long body winding through leaves while shining fruit hangs just within reach and just beyond. Across the Black Sea, another dragon waits without sleep in the grove of Ares at Colchis. Listeron, Persephone. The golden fleece hangs there bright as dawn, a memory of a flying ram that once saved a prince. Jason and the Argonauts reach the shore and face a task that cannot be solved by force. The serpent never closes its eyes. Medea, who knows herbs and words that tame, softens the creature with drugs and song. It slackens. The hero lifts the fleece from the branch and runs. Here the dragon is not killed. It is overcome by a skill the men around Jason do not understand, and that he will later betray. The story keeps the thought that a dragon is a guardian that can be lulled as well as slain, and that the one who calms it often pays the price when the ship turns home. Greek myths do not keep their dragons only in groves and caves. Sea monsters rise when a city has angered a god, or when a king has boasted beyond measure. The old word for such a beast is Ketos. When the coast of Ethiopia is cursed, Andromeda is chained to a rock as food for a creature from the deep. Perseus flies above the water carrying the head of Medusa, draws it out and turns the monster to stone. In another tale, a sea beast is sent against Troy because of an insult, and the city is spared when Heracles saves the royal daughter, Hesione, from the jaws. These creatures are not quite the treasure watchers of springs and trees, but they are close kin. They belong to the rule. The sea and its gods impose. Often them and a serpent rises. Appease them, and the shore is safe again. A vast serpent also stands at the edge of the Greek world in stories of Typhon. He is not tied to a spring or a tree. He rises against the sky itself. Later poets give him 100 blazing, roaring heads. Zeus meets him with lightning and casts him down. Some say he lies beneath Mount Etna, and that the fire of the mountain is his breath. The tale is stark and immense. It tells people who live among volcano and quake that the world is held in place by a victory that is never fully silent. The ground can still shudder when the old enemy turns in sleep. In the oldest Greek poems, the word drakon often means a snake rather than a winged monster. Poets of the Iliad read omens in serpents that appear on the march. A snake devours birds in a tree. Before the army, an Asir counts the act as the number of years the war will last. Fields carry images of coiled snakes ready to strike. A city wall can be called a dragon's back. The line between animal and legend remains thin. Yet all the habits we later call draconic are already here. Watchfulness poison many heads, a bond with water, and a charge to guard sacred places and precious things. The later age that adds wings and fireworks with clay already shaped. Rome does not invent many dragon stories of its own, but it preserves Greek ones, and adds the weight of soldiers and naturalists who delight in recording marvels. Latin writers use the word draco for great serpents in Africa and India. Pliny the Elder writes that a dragon will try to crush an elephant by coiling around it, and that both beasts may die in the struggle. He also claims that in India, a serpent can be vast enough to stop a river when it drinks. The details are wild, but the habit is clear. Romans treated these creatures as parts of a distant natural world, dangerous yet real enough to enter learned books. There is a piece of Roman warfare that keeps a dragon at its heart and gives it a voice. When Roman legions fought Dacians on the Danube, they met warriors who carried a standard shaped like a dragon. A metal head with open jaws swallowed the wind. A long textile body streamed behind like a living tail. When cavalry charged with the Draco raised high, the wind made it ripple and sing. The Romans admired it and adopted the standard for their own units, especially mounted troops. Emperors later stamped coins with soldiers bearing a Draco and law codes, spoke of units called Draconari. In late Roman art, the dragon windsock still appears on the field, a sign of motion and fear, stitched into cloth. It is not a beast at a spring, but it is a watcher all the same, a marker of presence and a mouth that cries without a throat. Roman storytellers also kept the sea as a place of marvel. Virgil sets a grim warning in the fall of Troy, when two great serpents swim from the waves and crush the priest Laocoon and his sons. He had warned against the wooden horse. The gods who favor the Greeks sent a sign that terrifies the Trojans into dragging the horse inside their walls. The scene endures because a sculptor later carved it in stone so vivid that strain and tightening coils are still visible. It is not a later-style dragon. It is a sea serpent, sent to do the work of a god. Exactly as Greek and Roman minds expected. Greek myths live in images as much as in verse, and those images fix how later ages imagined dragons. On a black figure vase Apollo stands over a long serpent beside a small shrine. On a red figure crater Heracles wrestles a many-headed snake, while a companion leans in with a torch. On a painted cup, Jason is shown being spat from the mouth of the Colchian serpent. After taking the fleece, a clever image explaining his escape. Sculptors later place dragons at the feet of heroes like trophies that prove the tale. The forms repeat. Long bodies, crested heads, eyes that never close, coils around trunks and springs. If you attend to the pattern, a few rules stand out. A drakon is most often a guardian. It watches over a place or a thing that is sacred or rare. It belongs to an older order of a site and must be removed or appeased for a new order to take hold. It's linked to water and earth more than to air. It stings and strangles rather than burns. It can be put to sleep by song and herbs when iron would fail. It keeps faith with gods who prize watchfulness. The hero who meets it must bring craft as well as courage. The city that rises after the struggle often carries a trace of the dragon in its bones. This may be a spring citizens never take for granted, or a family that claims descent from teeth. Sown long ago, Rome leaves one more legacy that shapes the future of dragons in the West. By adopting the Draco standard, and by writing of giant serpents, as part of the world, Romans keep the creature within the bounds of the plausible. When later ages read Latin texts and study imperial reliefs, they do not see dragons as pure dream. They see signs that something like a dragon could exist at the edges of empire. That belief will persist into early medieval centuries. It will enter bestiaries that list the animals of creation, and sermons that speak of serpents as images of sin, and as beasts that dwell just beyond the next valley. The classical world hands down both the stories and the sense that dragons belong on maps. Greek and Roman chapters place the dragon where a city drinks, where a hero proves worth, and where an army rides. The creature is a watcher and a test. It can die or be lulled. It can become a banner. It can be buried beneath a god's thunder and rumble now and then to remind people that victory is never final. From here, the tale turns north into colder lands, where the serpent gains wings and hordes and casts its shadow over long halls and burial mounds. Sail out of the sunlit sea of the Greeks and steer into colder water, where nights grow long and trees bend in winter wind. In these lands, the serpent grows larger and more patient. It curls through the roots of the world ash. It lies over barrow mounds. It learns to speak in time. It grows wings and fire. Most of all, it learns to love gold. Not the spending of it, but the stillness of it, the weight of it, the way it shines in a dark hall when no one else is there. Nor a poet set a serpent around the earth itself and call it the Midgard serpent. Jormungandr, child of a trickster and a giantess, cast by a god into the sea. It grows until it can bite its own tail. Men who fish in longboats sometimes feel the mind end when they imagine that ring moving in the deep. One old song tells how Thor goes out with the giant Hamir. He cuts the head from a great ox for bait and rows beyond the skerries. He drops a line thicker than a man's arm. The sea heaves. The serpent rises. Thor stands and pulls until his feet crash through the planks. He lifts his hammer, and the sky darkens. At the last moment, Ymir panics and cuts the line. The sea closes over the coils and the boat limps home. The story is not only about strength. It speaks of the feeling that the world holds something vast and coiled just beyond the horizon, and that a reckless hand might bring it up too soon. Another serpent gnaws at the roots of the world tree. Its name is Nidhogg. It bites at the lowest root where mist and frost and the dead gather. A squirrel runs messages along the trunk, trading insults between the eagle in the high branches and the serpent below. Dare crop the bark. A dragon drinks where rivers begin. This is not a simple map, Danae. It is a way to speak of rot and renewal. A tree lives by drawing water and sending sap, and it also lives by dropping leaves to darken its own soil. When poets say a dragon chews the root, they mean that all things have something at their base that would undo them, if no care were taken. From the wide frame of the cosmos, the tales narrow to a single barrow and a single man. In the Volsunga saga, there is a dark story about gold, and the change it works in a heart. A dwarf named Andvari hoards treasure in a river, and wears a ring that helps him hide. The god and his companions force him to give it all as payment for a blood debt, after a hunter kills an otter, who is not an otter at all. The dwarf warns that the ring and the hoard are cursed. The warning proves true. The treasure passes to a father named Hreidmar. His son Fafnir kills him for the gold and drags it away. He settles alone on a heath, and over time becomes a dragon in body and in soul. He breathes poison. He watches without sleep. Sunlight means nothing as long as the metal lies near. Against him comes a boy named Sigurd, taught by the smith Regin, brother of Fafnir, who covets the gold for himself. The plan is simple and careful. Dig a pit where the dragon drags its belly toward water. Lee in the trench with a good sword. Stab upward when the weight passes and do not flinch. The god does this under a sky as calm as an eye. Steel slides in and out. Blood floods the trench. The dragon speaks. Fafnir asks the boy his name and warns him that he has been set up. He tells him the gold will bring death to every hand that holds it. The boy answers with the plain sense of youth. A man must die someday, and may as well leave great deeds behind. When it is done, he tastes the dragon's blood. Birds begin to speak. They warn that Regin sharpens a blade to kill him as he sleeps. Sigurd rises, cuts down the smith, loads the gold on horses, and rides into a long doom of love and grief. The dragon falls. The curse does not. In later Agas, singers on another river keep the same bones and change the names. They sing of Siegfried, who kills a dragon, bathes in its blood, and grows hard to wound, except for one small place, where a leaf fell and kept the skin soft. In the Old English poem of Beowulf, the dragon comes at the end, as the final measure of a king. Long years have passed since the hero swam winter seas, to fight a shadow in a hall, and then a mother in a cavern. He has ruled his people, and grown old. In a headland barrow lies an ancient hoard sealed with the bones of the dead. A cup is taken by a thief's hand in the dark. The dragon wakes at the loss of a single piece. It feels the absence and rises in anger. It flies by night and pours fire over farms and roofs. Beowulf gathers men and walks to the barrow. At the door, his chosen warriors falter and freeze. One young man named Wiglaf does not. He runs forward with his lord. The dragon storms through the entrance. Beowulf's shield melts. He strikes and the sword breaks. He is burned. Wiglaf drives his blade into the soft place beneath the wing. The king finds a dagger and cuts the beast through the throat. The flames die. The cave rings softly with piled gold. Beowulf sits against the stone and asks to see the treasure. He thanks God that he has won it for his people. He gives his golden collar to Wiglaf and speaks his last words. He dies with smoke in the air and coin light on the walls. The people build a barrow on a sea cliff and burn him on a pyre. They bury the treasure with him. A woman sings a dirge of wars to come and enemies over the sea. The poem says the dragon lay dead by the stone wall, the one who had guarded the hoard for winters beyond count. What lingers is not only the fight, it is the sense that gold kept in darkness grows a life of its own, and calls to something scaled and watchful. The barrow becomes a living wound in the land. It draws men and mischance. It demands a king to empty it, and asks for his life in return. The north has smaller worms as well, creatures that slip from wells into ballads. In England, people tell of the Lambton worm. A young lord skips church to fish and pulls up a pale eel-like thing with eyes he mistrusts. He throws it into a well and rides off to distant wars. While he is gone, the worm grows in the dark and crawls out. It wraps around a hill. It eats cattle and knocks down stone walls with its tail. The lord returns and seeks counsel from a wise woman. He forges armor set with blades like thorns. He meets the worm in the river where the current will carry the pieces away. The monster coils tight, cuts itself on the knives and dies. There is a final turn that sharpens the tale. He had sworn to kill the first living thing he met after the fight to break a curse. He cannot do it. From that day his house fails, and his line bears the weight of that mercy. Across the border in the north country lives the Linton worm, Cond. It lairs in a cave and ravages fields until a knight named Somerville rides against it. He forges a spear with a wide iron head and wraps pitch and hemp around the shaft. He lights the binding and drives the fire into the open mouth. Smoke pours from the cave. The worm bursts and the land breathes again. Far out among the islands there is a tale of the great sea worm that coils in the water and demands a princess each week. A young man, whom no one counts for much, steals a boat, sails straight into the open mouth and cuts out the liver. He lights it with a coal carried from home. The beast thrashes and dies. Its teeth fall into the sea and become the Orkney and Shetland Islands. These stories smell of peat smoke and tide. They teach that a monster can swallow a shore, and that wit and nerve can still light a fire in its belly. You can see the dragon in wood and stone as well as in song. Carvers in Norway build churches where ridge beams end in dragon heads that bite the air above the eaves. Old stave timbers are woven with slim creatures' long necks, claws, and bodies that knot around one another. The style is all curve and bite. It is as if the walls remember that a world serpent lies beneath every village. On runestones, the bands that hold the words are often serpent bodies twisting as letters walk along their backs. Writing itself becomes a dragon you can follow with your finger. Ships carry the same sign. Long boats cut narrow fjords with glaring heads on their prows facing foreign shores. Old Icelandic law says the dragon head must be taken off before landfall, so the land spirits are not frightened. This opens a window into the northern mind. The head is a weapon of fear in war, and a thing that can offend the quiet powers of a place. People of these coasts knew that spirits help when treated with care. A wise captain lowers the snarling face before sailing home. Gold glows beneath these stories like embers under ash. The north is full of hoards, sunk in bogs or sealed in barrows. Some were gifts to gods, Some were hidden in trouble and never reclaimed. Some were the pride of lords when later hands lifted arm rings bosses and cups from black soil. It is easy to see why tales grew about sleeping wealth. A barrel with stones in a ring and a door facing the sea invites belief. It is not hard to imagine a scaled thing lying inside eyes half closed counting in silence. Poets shaped that feeling into a rule. A dragon loves gold because gold does not question change sides or give orders. It only shines. The dragon's love is the last step of greed that begins in human hands. As stories move toward the High Middle Ages, the moral edge sharpens. In the oldest northern songs, a dragon is simply a fact of the world, a danger met with spade and sword. In later poems, a dragon becomes the cost of kingship, the temptation to sit on wealth while the world beyond the hall burns. In ballads, the worm may be a curse laid on a person who wronged a witch, or on a princess betrayed by kin. An animal can be killed. Hers must be lifted. The dragon turns into a mirror held toward the heart. From these northern tales come the pieces later. Ages will fasten together. A dragon hidden in earth guarding a hoard. A dragon that flies and burns fields when a cup goes missing. And now if I still saw step to that side, to do the told your way, not suited. On Trago, the deer stakes, on a shroud seal. A dragon that speaks and thinks like a blade. A boy with a shovel and a sharp edge. An old king with a broken sword and one loyal youth beside him. A barrel on a cliff where winter seas pound. A ring that ruins every hand that wears it. These stories cling close to the ground. They belong to people who buried goods with their dead, who felt cattle vanish in the night, and who took gold as payment and saw what it did to friends. The North never loses the older serpent either. Jomungandra bites in the sea, until the last day, when it will crawl ashore to meet Thor. The god will kill it, and walk 9 steps before falling dead from venom. Nidhogg will rise from the root and fly over a plain of bodies. These dark pictures remind listeners that even the strongest blow only delays the turning of the wheel. Still, the stories that stay are those with a man, a mound, and a bright edge. They lie behind every later image of a dragon stretched over treasure, and behind the habit of naming gold after the creature that guards it. Poets speak of Fafnir's bed, and the fire of the hoard, meaning gold, and the cost that comes with it. This is the face of the dragon that walks into the next age. It will meet saints on horseback, and knights in mail. It will wear wings more often and breathe flame. It will keep its old love of treasure, and its old gift of watchfulness. It will test courage and weigh the soul. In the north, the road from a god fighting a sea serpent to a soldier facing a worm in a river is straight enough to follow. When old gods faded and church bells began to mark the hours, the dragon did not disappear. It changed neighbors. It moved from spring and sacred grove to village square and church wall. Priests preached about it. Painters set it beneath the hooves of saints. Children watched feast day plays where a scaled monster belched smoke, and a holy rider drove it back with a lance. In this new world, the dragon became a lesson with claws. It stood for pride, greed, and the dark breath that spreads fear like sickness. It also stood for old powers that must bow to a higher rule. Most people begin with St. George because his story traveled far and fast from the eastern Mediterranean to the wet fields of England. Early accounts call him a soldier who died for the faith. Later tellers gave him a horse, a lance, and a city in peril. In the Golden Legend, a scene is set near a town called Silene. A dragon has claimed a marsh and poisoned the water. The people buy peace with sheep. When flocks fail, they bind children at the shore. At last the lot falls to the king's daughter. She waits by the water in ceremonial dress while the town hides and weeps. George rides into the tale as if from a door in the sky. He makes the sign of the cross. He charges and strikes true. The wounded beast writhes. He calls to the princess to throw her sash. She loops it around the dragon's neck, and it follows her like a tame hound through the gate. The crowd cries out. George tells them the town must turn to God. They do so. Only then does he kill the dragon cleanly and quietly. In this telling, the battle is not only between knight and beast. It shows that faith tames terror and frees the poisoned well for all. The name and banner of George traveled with crusaders. In the East he was already a soldier saint. On long roads under strange skies, men liked the thought that he rode with them. By the time English kings raised companies under a red cross on white, George had become a patron of courage. His feast was ordered in England in the 13th century. Guilds claimed him as protector. Painters gave him a fine horse, a calm face, and set the dragon at his spear point. You can stand before an Italian panel and see the moment the lance slides through the ribs. The princess holds a leash, and a city wall waits in the distance. A small crowd peers from a turret, and the scene becomes theater and theology at once. There are other saints whose stories meet dragons with a gentler touch. Saint Margaret of Antioch is remembered as a young woman who would not renounce her faith. Gods beat her and drag her to prison. In the legend, a dragon appears in her cell and swallows her whole. She prays and lifts a small wooden cross. The cross wounds the belly from within, and she bursts out alive. By this sign, the tale taught women to call on her in childbirth and danger. It also gave stone carvers a fierce image to set on tympanum and font. A small girl stepping calmly from a torn serpent, while a cross still shines in her hands. In France, people told how Saint Martha met a creature called the Tarasque along the Rhone. Fishermen cursed it for breaking nets and dragging boats under. Soldiers failed to kill it. Martha sprinkled the beast with holy water and sang a psalm. The Tarasque grew tame and let her lead it back to town with a simple cord. People gathered and struck it in fear. The creature died there. The townsfolk felt the weight of that act and begged the saint for forgiveness. To this day, Tarascon keeps a summer feast with a great wooden beast on wheels and a company of drummers who lead it through the streets. It remembers a dragon brought down by a hymn rather than a blade. On the sign, another bishop left his mark on marshland memory. The people of Rouen told of a creature called the gargouille that lurked by the river, wrecked boats, and sent up smoke that blackened the air. Saint-Romain faced it with prayer and with a volunteer from the town. He slipped his stole around its neck and led it back like a bridled horse. The townspeople burned the creature, but kept its head as a warning and a charm. Stonemasons took the name and set gargoyles on the edges of cathedral roofs. Rain poured from their mouths so the walls stay dry. The dragon that once breathed foul air now spits clean water away from carved saints. It is a small victory cut into stone and mortar. And across the sea, in the old Celtic lands, the saints and dragons speak more quietly. A Breton tale says Saint Carantoc came to a village by an estuary and found a dragon that frightened cattle from the river. He set his altar stone on the ground and said mass. When he finished, he lifted the stone as if it weighed nothing and walked to the water. He held his stole like a leash. The dragon bowed its head and followed. The king promised a site for a church and kept his word. In such stories, the saint does not fight. He orders the world, and the beast takes its place. Faith appears as a rule that keeps river and pasture from crossing into one another. The Archangel Michael stands above them all as the great dragon slayer of the church. The book of Revelation shows him battling the ancient serpent and casting it down. Painters gave him shield and spear, and placed a scaled body under his feet. In some works he weighs souls on a balance while the dragon tries to cheat the scale with a claw. Yet, leaning is clear. Evil will not prevail while the captain of heaven keeps watch. Shrines on lonely mountain tops bear his name. Pilgrims climb steps in sea fog or thin air, and kneel at altars overlooking borders of earth and cloud. The dragon may be only a small coil near his ankle, but everyone understands the sign. People of those centuries did not file dragons with harmless fancy. Bestiaris listed dragons among the largest of serpents. Isidora of Seville wrote that the dragon loved caves and fled the smell of crushed laurel. Travelers returned with crocodile skins and hung them above church doors as trophies of dragons slain in Egypt or the Levant. Whales stranded on shores left ribs and jaws that could be mounted as signs of monsters from the deep. Apothecaries sold glossopatre, fossil shark teeth, under the name of dragon tongues. People ground them and wore them against poison. Shola smile now. Tufsed with the herd. Shunt, unsuicide is bad. A farmer walking past a reed-choked coast did not smile. He saw a great jaw hung above a porch and felt steadier for it. Sermons used the dragon to teach the shape of sin. The coils became pride and envy. The breath became slander and plague. The hoard in the cave became wealth withheld while neighbors starved. In stained glass, you might see a dragon at the foot of a well. Above it, a saint raises 2 fingers in blessing and a clear stream fills a bucket. The scene diagrams a way of life. If a well is to run sweet, someone must stand between the community and whatever fouls it. That someone may be a priest, a saint, a just ruler, or a neighbor who refuses fear. Parish theater took up the lesson and gave it voice. On St. George Daytown's staged plays where a dragon of canvas and ash sticks moved through the crowd with a man inside pulling a cord to snap the jaws. Boys run in fear and delight. A girl in white walked aside with a ribbon for a leash. When the spear struck home, the dragon belched smoke and drummers thundered. Afterward, a procession wound to the church for blessing and feast. This was not mockery of faith. It was faith made roomy enough for laughter by the brave and the nervous alike. In cathedral sculpture, the same idea rose grand. Tympanums showed saints standing calm, while a dragon crawled at their hem. Capitals on columns coiled with scaled bodies meeting vines and leaves in tidy knots. Pulpits carried carvings of George or Michael, so every sermon rose from a base that had already preached a wordless homily on courage. A person unable to read letters could read that. There were quieter uses too. When plague came and bells rang without pause, processions moved through streets with relics and candles. Some towns set dragons on carts and dragged them out of gates into fields as if casting pestilence away. The language was old, older than altar and tower, yet the church did not disdain it. A priest who buried many in a week used every means to steady hearts. If holding a wooden serpent past the well bought silence for a night and courage for a morning, it was good work. In this medieval world, the dragon kept 2 faces. One was a beast in the marsh at a town's edge. The other was the devil in a sermon. Often they were the same. The worn note in many lives was not terror of a monster, but fear that a season or sickness would break them. The tales of saints and dragons admit that fear. They answer it with the image of a person who stands between terror and the people, and does not run. Sometimes that person fights. Sometimes that person speaks, and the beast obeys. Sometimes that person binds a wound or blesses a well. The shift from ancient dragon to medieval one is not a break. The creature still guards water. It still lies near treasure and roads. It still troubles ships. What is new is the trust that the right word and the right sign can check it. Where older heroes carried thunderbolts, the saints carry rights and patience. Where older kings sowed teeth to found cities, bishops set fonts and altars and teach steadiness, the dragon becomes a teacher of peril and hope together. By the time this age had ripened, the dragon was everywhere you looked. It spat rain from a gargoyle. It coiled on the page of a bestiary beside a warning about its glare. It lay under the feet of Michael on a rough screen. It beat a drum in a May play and made children squeal. It hung from a church beam as a crocodile brought from far away. It crouched in the mouth of a cave beyond a village in a story told at night when the wind moaned through trees. The creature had become a common language. When people said dragon, they meant a danger faced together, and a victory that depended on courage and grace. All this prepared the ground for another kind of tale. Priests were not the only ones who stood between a village and a beast. Knights and common men stepped forward with iron and crab. Their stories are leaner and rougher. They speak to hunger and fear in the body as much as in the soul. They also reshape the dragon with wings and fire, and a love of gold that burns the heart that covets it. Once saints had shown that prayer could turn a monster. The lay world answered with iron and planning. These are stories of towns that wake to smoke and hoofbeats, of notices nailed to a church door, asking for any man with a steady hand, of forges ringing at midnight, while a smith and a squire test a blade against seasoned oak. The dragon here is not always a figure for sin. It is also the thing that eats sheep drinks from the mill pond and frightens children from the lane. Knights step into the road with spear and mail and a plan. And the plan is often what decides the day. English ballads keep a shelf of such fights. They like to name a hill that broke a gate, so anyone nearby can point to where the first shout rose. The tale of the Lambton worm begins with a careless boy and a Sunday he chose to skip. He fishes the weir and hauls up a slick thing like a great eel, coils it round his arm, shudders at the eyes that meet his, and flings it into a well. He goes abroad to make a name. Years pass. The thing in the dark learns to climb. It grows, leaves the well, and wraps its body round a hill like a belt. It takes cattle from byres and knocks stone cottages apart with a sweep of its tail. When the prodigal comes home, he finds a county muttering his name with the worm. He seeks an old woman for counsel. She tells him to meet the creature in the river and to stud his armor with blades. He does as told. The worm closes in coils to crush and cuts itself on every iron thorn. The river runs red and carries the pieces away. The boy had sworn a hard oath as part of the bargain. He fails to keep it. The song says his house paid for that failure with sorrow and thin years. The lesson lands twice. You can kill a monster with forethought. You do not leave an old debt unpaid. Not far off, the worm of Linton chewed its way into memory. It laired in a cave and came out to take livestock and frighten travelers on the road between farm and church. A man of the border named Somerville had a spearhead forged wide, bound it with pitch and tow, set it alight, and waited by the hole. He thrust the burning iron into the open mouth. Smoke and stench rolled over the heath. The worm burst. The story is told in few strokes, because people there knew what a quick kill looked like, and why patience and pitch could do what a dozen swords could not. The Wanley dragon is of another temper. It comes down from a ridge and knocks stone walls apart to hear them fall. It swallows a child on the way to fetch water and drinks the mill pond dry for pleasure. The hero of that ballad is no saint. He is more of Morhaw, An earthy man who drinks deep kisses the widow and makes jokes coarse enough to make a possum cop. He has armor made with spikes so thick he looks like a walking hedge. He meets the dragon in a glen where the ground is soft. They wrestle and roll. He gets under the belly where scales thin. Then he does the thing minstrels love to sing. He kicks the beast in the only tender place it has left. The satire bites with the hoof. The ballad grins wide yet hides a hard truth. Sometimes a monster's a greedy neighbor with a title and a sharp quill. Sometimes the only answer is to make a suit that fits the fight and to be shameless in the doing. There are gentler and sadder country tales as well. In Moray, the fine-horned dragon crawled from the wood and laired in a loop of the river. A girl named Maud found it when it was small and fed it milk. It grew large and tame only for her. It took sheep then cattle, and at last men. When the people could bear no more archers and pikemen lured it into a field where wagons formed a wedge. They braced their shafts and stood tight. When it charged, the points met its throat. The dragon died. The village buried it and named an oak for the girl who had loved a thing that could not love her back without ruin. The story carries the quiet habits of a place that knows flood and famine. Pity sits beside duty, and both are heavy. The line between romance and local memory blurs in river cities. In Krakow, they still tell how the wall dragon lived in a cave beneath the castle hill and took cattle from pastures along the Vistula. Nights came and failed. A cobbler's apprentice thought another way. He stuffed a calfskin with sulfur and pitch and left it by the cave mouth. The dragon swallowed the bait. Thirst lights it. It ran to the river and drank until it split. The people prayed and wrote a simple man's name in their books. If you stand there today, you can look up at the castle and down at a bronze dragon that breathes fire on a clock for children. The old trick still warms the face. The chansons of the French marches and the English romances carry knights into the same work, though wrapped in courtly silk. Sir Bevis of Hampton is cast out of his home, grows to manhood abroad, and returns with a sword named Morglay to kill a dragon near Southampton that had burned peasants in their fields. Guy of Warwick repents his pride, goes on pilgrimage, and comes home lean as a stab. He fights a dragon in Northumberland, and a giant and a strange cow as big as a barn. These poems make large claims and generous maps. They do one useful thing, without fail. They put a nobleman on the road alone, or with one friend, and make him answer for what his lands have suffered. A great house is not a hedge against monsters. A great house is a place a man leaves with a spear and a vow. To the east, Slavic songs take on a harsher rattle. In the Belina of Rus, a bogatyr named Dobrinia Nikitish is warned by his mother never to bathe in a certain river and never to tread on a certain stone. He does both, which is a way of saying a young warrior must test the law. The three-headed dragon Smegornich boils out. They fight for 3 days. The hero stands in boiling streams. He drives the creature to the Pokaina stone where roads meet and worlds touch. He cuts off 3 heads and then 3 more when the beast's wives come howling. In other tellings, he frees a princess from the dragon's grip and sets a whole city breathing again. The fights are long and dirty. They read like a winter that will not end until a man spends his whole body against it. If you walk west again to the Welsh marches and look up at the white horse on the downs, there is a bare patch on a little hill that people call Dragon Hill. They say the earth there is empty because a dragon's blood fell and nothing will grow where it's soaked in. The shape of the story is as old as chalk. A knight with a red cross on white fights, a serpent with long claws, and a hiss that carries over the ridge. A watcher could see the line of men on the hill and the banner shifting in the wind. Whether the tale names George or another rider, the memory binds a bright blade to a real hill and fixes a truth about the fight. The wound that saves a village can mark a land forever. Behind the spectacle and the sermons, there is craft. These stories often pause to tell you what the fighter wore and why. A knight takes a thick gambeson beneath his mail, so a crushing blow will not break his ribs at once. He carries a shield faced with rawhide, shrunk tight, so it will not split on first impact. He sets a long ash spear with an iron shoe to keep the butt from shattering when braced in earth. If there, he digs a trench in the old way and lies in it with the point upward, which is the one honest chance a man has against a scaled weight. If the dragon breathes flame, he drenches his cloak and throws it over the head like a hood for the blink of a strike. If it spits venom, he fights with the wind or with the cloth soaked in wine, which at least gives him heart. Pitch and tow go on spearheads because fire runs faster than a man can step. Lime, dust blints, kaltropslame, pinteletsezie, kaltropslame, bears startle. Dogs tell a watcher where the thing passes in reeds at night. A hero in a romance may ride into a picture with a clean sword. The village that raised him knows he also carried a sack of tricks. The layouts of the fights repeat. A spring is fouled and must be cleared. A narrow bridge becomes a funnel, where one man can stand against one. A hollow lane turns into a trap. A cave mouth frames the head so a thrust has a chance to find the soft between plates. There's a stubborn faith in the belly strike. From Sigurd and the Fafnir to the archer who finds the tender place beneath a wing in Beowulf's barrow. The stories insist that even a wall of scales has a seam. The seam exists to reward patience and nerve. Wide. Many of the dragons in these tales love treasure, and the knights who kill them earn more than thanks. They stand in a cave where the light rings like a struck bowl. Cups lean against bosses and blades. Coins lie in drifts. There is silence except for the small sound gold makes when a foot crosses it. It is a dangerous quiet. The Ohms know this. They often make the hero call others to carry the wealth away in public, or they bury it again with a dead king and sing a warning. A hoard that sleeps in darkness will wake a worm. A hoard that passes through open hands to pay for bridges' walls, and bread will not. The dragon teaches thrift and duty as harshly as any priest. The dragon also trains courage that is not royal. Many slayers are not princes. A cobbler kills with a trick of sulfur. A farmer straps knives to his coat and walks into a river knowing what water will carry away for him. A border rider learns that a fire thrust into a mouth is better than a clean cut at a neck. The ballads keep their names and their villages. They praise the man who arrived with a tool that fit the work. Old customs sometimes fix that praise in law. When a new bishop of Durham crossed the Tees, local folk presented him with a falchion, said to have killed the sockburn worm, and he returned thanks and confirmed their liberties. The shape of the ceremony said that the sword of a commoner and the seal of a prelate both hold back dragons of different kinds. Art kept pace with story and trained the eye where to look. Carvers set dragons at the feet of effigies, so the dead knight would always stand with a monster under his heel. Painters on church walls give secular slayers the same calm face a saint wears when he rides down a beast. Heralds placed dragons on shields not only to frighten foes, but to remember that a family once held a river town through a hard year. The creature on a cornice that spat rain could be read as a demon pinned in place. The creature on a shield could be read as a promise that someone in that house would not flinch when the bell rang at noon. For all their steel and swagger, these stories still borrow from older ways. A knight who succeeds often does so with help. A wife brings the torch at the right moment and sears the neck. A smith sets a rivet that will not shear. A wise woman tells a boy to stand in the current so the river will serve as an ally. The fight is communal. The victory is shared. The worst defeats come when a proud man rides out alone seeking glory without counsel. The dragon gives him a quiet field and then takes everything. By the end of the medieval age, the dragon of the night has become a mirror. It shows greed when it lies on gold. It shows hunger when it goes out by night and burns a pyre to light the sky. It shows fear when a banner lifts over men who would rather be in their fields yet stand in a lane with ash spears all the same. It also shows wit and work. The right edge, the right bait, the right ground, the right friends. In that sense, the old fights taught the same lesson to lords and plowmen. You face what threatens your home with what you have, and with whom you trust, and you do not expect the world to offer a fair fight. These are the tales that gave later writers their language. A barrow under turf, a voice from a scaled throat promising death, the one soft place beneath a wing. A bright hoard, and the smell of smoke, a good sword with a name. A fool in the crowd who says a trick is not courage. From here, the dragon walks out of the country and into the bookshop. It learns to speak at length. It gains irony. It becomes an actor as well as an adversary. Yet you can still hear the river on its scales and see soot on the rafters of the byre it burned. The knight of the ballad stands behind the novel and points with a spear to the same old scene. You can feel the ground shift in the 19th century. Old songs leave the hearth and enter books with cloth covers and gilt titles. Scholars gather myths and print them in thick volumes for families to read by lamplight. Children's shelves fill with fairy stories that carry traces of barrows and saints' days. Now, the monsters live between engraved borders. Here the dragon returns to the center of the page, not as a rumor from the next valley, but as a figure writers can shape with care, with memory, and with a new ambition. Antiquarians and collectors go first. The brothers Grimm print household tales, and with them a menagerie of serpents and monsters that survived in kitchens and fields long after old gods faded. Andrew Lang's colored fairy books gather wonders from many lands and set dragons and worms beside foolish princes and brave plowmen. The taste for medieval things grows. Artists like Gustave Doré and Arthur Rackham etch coils and claws in ink that looks like shadow thrown by fire. Poets and novelists reach back toward sagas and chansons. William Morris writes romances that feel like a long walk through an old hall. Painters set nights beneath towers that never heard gunpowder. Wagner brought the dragon onto the stage and set it brooding on a gold hoard. He called it Fafner and let it sleep there like a wound that would not close. In that music, the serpent is more than a beast. It is the sound of greed that circles endlessly until it devours the voice that sings it. Then a scholar in Oxford turned the key in the lock. John Ronald Reuel Tolkien spent his life reading old tongues and old songs. He stood before a lecture hall and said that the poem of Beowulf must be read for its monsters as well as its heroes. The dragon was not a flaw in that poem. It was the hinge on which the whole thing turned. He went home and set a dragon on a pile of treasure. He gave it a name and a voice and a pleasure in speech. In The Hobbit, which appeared in 1937, Smaug wakes like a banked fire and fills a mountain with his breath. He is vain and clever. He toys with a thief who has slipped beneath his guard. He scents dwarf and pony and coin. He counts without moving. He speaks in a way that makes the air taste of metal. Tolkien gave him a weak place where a scale was missing. He also gave him something rarer, a mind that believes itself the only clear mind in the room. The meeting between the small burglar and the great beast is a spell of talk that gathers the whole history of northern dragons into one chamber. You can hear Fafnir in it. You can hear the barrow dragon. You can hear the hiss of a fire that no one can quench once it breaks loose in a town. Tolkien did not send many dragons down the road in The Lord of the Rings, but he salted the map with their traces. He wrote of cold drakes that once crept out of the far north. He wrote of a dragon named Scatha Slain long before the tale we read. He wrote of the long ruin of a metal-loving people who prized heat and shadow. Dragons here are history more than present danger. They say that fire and pride do not die in a single age. For a generation of readers that was enough. Smoke alone could warm 1,000 winter nights. Other writers took the creature and shaped it anew. Lewis turned a spoiled boy named Eustace into a dragon on an island of hot springs and quiet terror. The boy wakes in a body that mirrors his greed and his loneliness. He learns pain, and he learns pity. He is peeled back to a boy again by an act of grace that leaves a scar like truth does. Kenneth Grahame had already written The Reluctant Dragon, a story of a dragon who would rather quote poetry than fight, and of a knight who would rather keep peace than win applause. Those books taught children that a dragon could be a friend as well as a foe, and that sometimes the fight in the square is only a show so a town can keep its stories and its quiet together. Ursula K. Le Guin arrived from a different shore. In Earthsea, the dragons speak the true language of the world. They do not bargain with coins. They bargain with names. They are old in a way that makes human lives seem like sparks in wind. They are not pets. They are not mounts. They do not love us. They recognize kinship, which is colder and harder and more honest. When a wizard learns the names of wind and wave, he begins to understand why a dragon needs no walls and no kings. In those books, the dragon is meaning as much as muscle. It is the memory of a world before maps, when names carried weight. Anne McCaffrey crossed a border. Few had crossed before and found a new home for the dragon. In the Dragon Riders of Pern, the beasts are not monsters from an old poem. They are living partners shaped by human craft to fight a rain of deadly thread that falls from the sky. A woman touches a hatchling, and the bond that forms is closer than love and fiercer than fear. Riders flame the air to save field and forest. Those dragons speak mind to mind. They carry riders through space and through a strange folding of time. The books are science fiction, and also ballads of work and care and endurance. They make the dragon a creature that lives within a human community and gives more than it takes. Later writers filled shelves with other lives for the old beast. Terry Pratchett made room on the flat world for swamp dragons that were nervous and combustible, and for a king of dragons raised by a book-loving girl who helps it remember that power without duty is only appetite wearing a crown. Robin Hobbs and sail us down a river of memory toward a sea where half-formed dragons struggled to be born. In those books, the creatures carry history in their bones, suffer for what people once did to them, and demand a terrible fairness when they grow strong again. Naomi Novik took the wars of Britain against Napoleon and asked what would happen if dragons flew in formation above Trafalgar. A captain gains a hatchling by chance, gives up the life he thought he knew, and learns to befriend a mind that will never grow old. Christopher Paolini let a farm boy find a stone that was an egg, and use the oldest warmth in story, the bond between a human life and a growing thing that needs it. Patricia Rita taught a princess to bring a cup of tea to a cave and speak to a dragon like a neighbor, which is as brave as any swing of a sword. Young readers grew up on these books and carried dragons into classrooms and cafes and late-night arguments. Some writers turned the beasts back into enemies because a story still needs a fear. Others wrote them as nations, as gods in exile, as survivors, as judges, as mothers who would burn a city if a child were threatened. The strongest of these tales remember to make the dragon a person, and not a prop. A hoard is not an abstract vice. It is a choice to keep what others need. Fire is not a trick. It is hunger made visible. Flight over a mountain range is not a line on a map. It is a way of seeing a world that walkers cannot see. But when a rider holds those truths steady, the dragon breathes and the page grows warm. Illustrators did as much as writers to fix the modern dragon in the mind. Pauline Baines drew smoke like a jewel that had learned to move. Alan Lee and John Howe painted scales that seemed to remember damp stone and ash. Michael Whalen lit the dragons of permanent skies that feel like real wind. In margins and on covers a new canon of shapes took hold. 4 legs and wings for one line. A long serpentine body without wings for another. Eyes that are too clear. 2 teeth that work like tools rather than ornaments. Claws that can lift a cup as easily as tear a shield. Smoke that rolls from the mouth before flame arrives. A creature that is not a rope but a limb with choices. The revival on the page also taught readers how dragons think. Smoke speaks with a voice that delights in crooked promises. Fafnir mutters deep and slow and sounds weary of living. The dragons of Earthsea speak in words that would turn a human throat to fire. McCaffrey dragons speak with kindness that can harden into steel when a rider is threatened. Ratchet dragon speaks like a king who read the wrong books and believed they were written for him alone. Hobbs dragons begin as a chorus of half memories and wake to an anger that sees clearly. Each voice tells you what the creature means in that world. If it speaks like a miser, it will lie on coins. If it speaks like a storm, it will not care who is wet and who is dry. If it speaks like a friend, it will still be a friend with talons, because truth keeps its shape even when it loves you. Why this change came in the modern age rather than the very old one can be felt as a slow answer rather than a sharp question. Part of that answer is that printing gave monsters the same long life it gave saints and emperors. A child in a city far from moors and fjords could open a book after school and walk straight into a cave. Another part is that the modern world made people hungry for things that felt older than factories. A dragon reminds us that wealth is not only coins, that power is more than a machine, that courage may be a small figure walking into a dark place with a word ready and a hand steady on a blade. In a century of wars, wires, and screens, the old shape gave writers a way to speak about greed that kills from far away, about courage that looks like care rather than noise, about promises between minds that hold when the weather turns foul. There is also the meeting of worlds. Translators and travelers carried East Asian tales into English and French and many other tongues. Dragon kings of Chinese rivers and serpents who sheltered the Buddha began to stand beside Western worms in anthologies and picture books. Some writers handled this with care. They wrote dragons of rain and river who would be insulted by a horde. They set a ruler on a dragon throne and asked what that duty required. Others mixed shapes freely and made something new that reflects where we live now. In a world where symbols cross oceans as fast as ships once crossed bays, the best crossings feel like a bow rather than a theft. They teach that a dragon can be a neighbor rather than an enemy, and that water can be holiness rather than hazard. As shelves grew heavy, a pattern settled into the bones of modern dragon tales. A writer tends to choose one of a few paths. The dragon as adversary, which asks for craft and nerve. The dragon as ally, which asks for trust and cost. The dragon as mind, which asks for listening. The dragon as mirror, which asks for a hard look at the part of ourselves that wants and wants. Good stories often braid more than one path together. A dragon can be a friend and still be a test. A dragon can be a mind and still be a mouth that burns. So the old beast walked out of the barrow and into the bookshop, not tamed, not reduced, but translated into a language millions could share. It learned to speak on the page. It learned to think with us. It learned to live long enough to pass from one reader to another, and to change a little each time. That is what literature does with what matters. It keeps it in the light and gives it new work to do. Before a dragon flew across a cinema screen, it paced through painted backdrops and limelight smoke. 19th century showmen loved a good monster. Fairground panoramas unfurled battles between knights and scaled beasts, while a hidden organ supplied the roar. Toy theaters sold stiff paper dragons so a child could stage a last stand on a kitchen table. When moving pictures arrived, the appetite was ready. The task was to give smoke and story the weight of a body. Animation and tricks of light came first. Early fantasy reels showed painted serpents rising from tanks and vanishing in a cut. Craft deepened as model makers learned patience. Mid-century adventure films turned to stop motion and built dragons that could hold the eye. Ray Harryhausen chained a dragon against a cyclops and set a many-headed hydra, writhing neck by neck. The secret was not movement alone. It was light falling across something that felt present. Dares caught it, and leaps and shouts it. Ice glinted. Shadows made a boy in the third row curl his toes inside his shoes. One film in the early 80s turned many viewers into believers. Dragon Slayer gave the world for Mithrax, a name that sounded like iron dragged across stone. The creature crawled and leapt with cruel grace. Its wings creaked like old leather. Its lair felt damp and used. Fire came in a sheet that seemed to weigh as much as water. The countryside around it looked real. Fields grew food, cows mattered, mud clung to boots, fear lived in voices. People left the theater arguing, and then went back in to see it again. That dragon has not left the craft since. Artists still measure new designs against that long head and ragged wing. Animation offered another promise. When Maleficent became a dragon at the end of Sleeping Beauty, a cliff seemed to grow a spine and stand up. Raga took a body. Years later, a boy met a dragon named Elliot who was green, soft-hearted, and wanted a home. Kindness placed the creature in the middle of a lumber town and taught without preaching. Then a white-furred luck dragon rose into the clouds and carried a sad child out of despair. That body was shaped not to frighten, but to say help arrives when you call in the right way. The 90s found a new road by giving a dragon a voice that sounded weathered and human. Dragonheart asked its audience to befriend a creature bound by an old oath who would rather joke than war. Mouth and words moved together, and suddenly a dragon could speak to a knight as an equal. Not every tale chose gentleness. One showed a ruined city where dragons nested in towers and turned fire into harvest. That vision dragged the beast into the modern world and asked how steel and grit might answer it. Epic fantasy returned dragons to vast caverns. Filmmakers gave Smock a voice that tasted of metal and a slow curl that felt like flame catching dry timber. The talk between a small thief and a great keeper of hoards borrowed tension from the oldest tales and married it to new craft. Fire lit coins. Smoke slid across gold like a living thing. Audiences leaned forward for the quiet moment when a single scale admitted a flaw. In the same years, another saga sent young dragons over cities and winter fields and turned them into engines of state. They began small enough to fit in a chest and grew into forces that broke armies. The cost was not hidden. When a dragon burned a field, you saw the ash, and counted the lost grain. Along another path, animation found joy in flight and trust. A village at war with monsters learned that a dragon is not an enemy by nature. A boy reached out to a weary head and listened. He learned how wind moves around a fin, and how a rider must move with a body that cannot be ruled by force. Music lifted the air. What followed were acts of care. Harnesses were built and rebuilt. Saddles were tested. Friendships formed. The goal was not a single victory, but a life where people and dragons fit each other and grew better together. Far from northern cliffs, a river spirit took dragon form in a bathhouse where nothing was what it seemed. The body was long and alive. The face was kind and wary at once. It moved through air as if air were water. That shape comes from a different tradition, one that binds dragons to rivers and rain and the memory of a place. In that story, a child learns the true name of the dragon, and by doing so, frees him to be what he was meant to be. No horde waits there. No knight arrives with a spear. There is only the hard work of remembering and the quiet work of letting go. Television had been preparing itself for dragons for a long time. In the 80s, a band of children met a many-headed queen of evil in a cartoon that borrowed its rules from tabletop dice. For many viewers, this was the first time a dragon had more than one face. Years later, a new series asked a different question. What happens when dragons are not a rumor, but a fact visible from a city wall? The answer demanded a small army of artists and a long patience. The beasts grew from puppets and sketches into presences that bent grass and stirred dust. They cast shadows that made soldiers blink. They did not only arrive to burn, they slept in courtyards. They strained against chains. They cracked bones as they ate. These shows taught audiences to see the difference between a dragon that is hungry and a dragon that is angry. Games took dragons and turned them into trials that could only be survived through learning. At the table, the first role-playing rules made dragons the measure of a group's nerve. One queen with 5 raging heads guarded her brood. One ancient king of the skies ruled a calm and lawful realm. Those names moved from rulebooks into novels, and from novels back into game nights. On screens and open world, let a wanderer shout words of power and draw a dragon down from the clouds. A fight became part duel and part hunt. You listened for a roar across a ridge. You watched for the swerve that signaled a dive. You counted breaths. You learned when to stand and when to run for the shelter of a ruined tower. Other worlds made dragons the last guardians of hidden dungeons. Some made them gods wearing the shapes of beasts. Some let a player raise one from an egg and carry it through a war. In every case, the lesson matched the lesson of old fields and barrows. Knowledge first. Yeah. Courage next. Luck if it comes. Card tables and living room floors filled with dragons of another kind. A red-winged icon claimed pride of place on a collector's card. A wise elder dragon learned to plan across centuries and break worlds with thought. Children traded a wide-eyed dragon whose name seemed to shout. In another show, a boy gathered 7 glowing orbs and called down a sky serpent who granted wishes. These creatures were not only enemies, they were goals. They were puzzles. They were prizes that turned an afternoon into a story carried all week. Music and sport borrowed the shape as well. A red dragon on green and white waved from castle walls and rugby grounds, and kept a nation's memory awake. A club rode out with a dragon on its shirts and filled a stadium with drums and hope. A university told its students to be dragons and breathe honest fire into their work. Here, fear faded, and pride remained. The creature stood for grit and for nerves that hold in the last minutes of a tight match. Theme parks and parades carried dragons through crowds, as if a festival were a living book. A wire frame and silk body flowed above heads, while drums counted the steps. In another park, a dragon perched on a bank and breathed fire on a clock. A harmless thrill that still made children step back and then laugh when heat brushed their faces. Merchants understood what they saw in those faces. Toy shelves filled with plastic and plush. Modellers bent over kitchen tables shaping tiny scales beneath magnifiers. Painters learned how to place an eye so it looked alive from a few feet away. Nature programs added a modern turn. A large lizard in Indonesia kept the old name and reminded viewers that a heavy tail and a mouth full of bacteria can be dragon enough for anyone who steps too close. A television special staged a playful dig and asked what dragon bones might look like if they had ever been found. Scientists joined in and explained why wings would need certain shapes and why fire would not. The program let people hold dream and doubt together without breaking either. Technology changed the grammar of dragons on screen. Practical models could surge forward and beat wings. Computer imagery could ripple a body from nose to tail. The best work blended both. A flame began as a real torch and became a moving sheet that lit a hall and scorched a shield. Ash clung to a cheek because a makeup artist rose early and placed it there. A rider leaned into a saddle fixed to a rig that bucked like weather while a blank wall waited to become a sky. The line between a good dragon and a forgettable one was not only money, it was respect for light and weight and memory. It was the understanding that a dragon is a character with habits and a past, not only a noise that burns a barn. Across all these forms the old themes endured. Greed draws trouble. Power without duty costs more than a city can pay. Trust turns fear into strength. Names carry weight. See. A watcher at a spring is as ancient as a village, and as new as a glowing scream. When a dragon descends, the story must choose whether it is a storm to endure, a neighbor to understand, or a mirror held up to someone who has taken too much. Good stories do not hurry that choice. They allow a dragon to be terrible and noble by turns. They let ore do its work. So the dragon now lives in theaters, on couches at game nights in schoolyards, and on jerseys. It is a sound cue, and a team name, and a blue glow on a phone. It is also still the shape you see when a stack of clouds over a hot field looks like a spine, and a head, and your heart quickens for a reason you cannot name. The creature belongs to us as it always has. It walks with us into a century of new tools and old needs, and keeps asking the same questions with smoke on its breath. If you gather every dragon met in these pages and place them side by side, the first thing you notice is that each one wears the shape of its homeland. Where rivers rule the year, the dragon is long-bodied and lithe, and rides cloud and rain as if they were its own thoughts. Where winters bite and barrow stud the hills, the dragon lies heavy on treasure and memory. Where rulers must prove that heaven allows them to govern, the dragon rises on banners and ropes. The creature mirrors the work a people must do to live. It teaches through fear and through favor. It tells what a community holds sacred and what it fears. In China, the dragon speaks of water order and rightful rule. It coils in cloud and dives in rivers. It carries a pearl that painters leave just beyond reach, a bright knot of wisdom or thunder claimed only by those who stand where they belong. The five-clawed dragon on Emperor's robe is not mere ornament. It is a promise that rain will come in season, and that canals and granaries will be kept with care. The 9 dragons carved on palace walls stare out from glazed waves, so courtiers remember who holds the balance. In the streets, dragons live on as boats and dances. A drumbeat becomes thunder, a silk body rides the air, and a city asks the coming year to be kind. Even the language of the stars sets a dragon in the east to guard the spring. In this world, the dragon is rarely an enemy. It is a patron. It gives the farmer hope and gives the magistrate a measure. It also gives the ruler a warning, because a bitter drought or a ruinous flood can be read as the dragon turning its head away. Across India and Southeast Asia, the serpent kings show how water and life are woven together. A naga with a fan of many hoods guards a stair and a spring. A temple bridge at Angkor runs between living stone bodies that curve like river snakes. A king claims his duty by binding his city to that strength. In Bengal, a village honors Manasa for keeping snakebite away and for sending the right rains at the right time. A statue of Mokalinda spreads its hoods above the meditating Buddha and teaches that wisdom needs shelter when storms gather. In Laos and Thailand, river towns keep serpent shrines where currents twist and the water looks watchful. Boat races churn brown water, while bells ring and prayers rise for generous harvests. Everywhere, the lesson is the same. Speak to the river with respect. Keep the banks in repair and make your offerings. If the powers under the water are insulted, or the dikes neglected, a serpent will show how fast fortune can turn. Korea and Japan add other threads to the cloth. An imugi can endure for long years, and rise as a true dragon when it claims a pearl that falls from the sky. The story tells a boy by a pond that patience and worth can lift a creature higher than birth alone will. A Japanese dragon stands at a temple basin and pours clear water through a bronze mouth. It keeps the act of washing hands and mouth before prayer from becoming empty habit. It reminds the visitor that water's a gift, and that names carry weight, because dragons in those islands are also shapes taken by sea gods, who keep their own treasures and their own rules. When a child learns the name of a river and speaks it with care, the river becomes a neighbor rather than a line on a map. In the West, the dragon means something different, because the land asks different things of those who live there. In Greek, the word drakon grows from a root tied to seeing sharply and keeping watch. The creature coils beside a spring or a grove and never sleeps. It guards a fleece that shines in darkness and a tree heavy with golden apples. It watches those who would take what is not theirs, or build a new order where an older one still holds. The hero who kills it or lulls it must prove not only courage but right. The fight marks a change that everyone will have to live with. Delphi belongs to Apollo. Only after Python dies at the sacred spring. Thebes rises only after Cadmus pays for the serpent he slew, and only after the teeth he sowed grow into men who will raise the walls. The dragon is the price of a new city. In the north, the creature learns new habits. It lies on gold, because men bury wealth in mounds and leave it in graves, and because winter makes food and coin feel like two faces of the same need. A dragon that loves treasure warns of greed, that warms itself in the dark and wakes to burn farms when a single cup goes missing. Fafnir is a man who loved gold until he became the thing that loves it most. The Beowulf dragon is the last test of a king who has paid his dues and will pay once more. Nidhogg gnaws at the root to remind that every good thing has something working beneath it, and that neglect invites rot. Jomungandr sleeps in the sea, with tail and mouth, and makes honest people feel small when they lift their eyes to the horizon. These are not only monsters, they are ways of speaking about winter, about wealth, about the patience of trouble, and about the cost of keeping a people safe. In the age of the church, the dragon puts on moral clothing, because villages want stories that speak plainly of sin and hope. A scaled belly becomes a book that can be read in Market Square. Pride and greed coil in the dark and breathe a stench like plague. And a saint arrives with prayer, and with words spoken for 1,000 mornings, and the well runs clear again. Sometimes the dragon bows its head at a stall, and walks behind a woman singing a psalm. Sometimes it dies beneath a lance after a town promises to change its ways. Gargoyles high on roofs spit rain away from carved saints. The old serpent that once fouled the water is set to keep walls dry. The lesson is practical and kind. Order the world. Honor what feeds you. Do not keep more than your share while a neighbor's child goes hungry. There are places where the serpent is not feared at all, but honored as teacher and giver. Among the Maya and the Mexica, the feathered serpent stands for wind learning and the burden of rule. A god with a serpent body and a crest of quetzal plumes walks between sky and earth and brings laws for cities and calendars that keep fields in step with the sun. On an equinox, the shadow of a stair slides along a pyramid as if a serpent of light were moving down to meet the people. This is not a dragon guarding a horde. It is a lord who gives order and asks a price in return. Knowledge here is a gift with edges, and the one who carries it must accept limits or be punished by the powers that granted it. Heraldry and emblems keep older meanings alive even when the old rites are forgotten. A red dragon rises on the flag of a small country that remembers a long fight for its name. A under dragon glares from the banner of a mountain kingdom and tells every traveler that storms and conscience shape its life. A city binds its pride to a dragon on a bridge, and a knight on its seal rides down a serpent that might be a snake from the next field as easily as a demon. A Roman standard with a metal head and a cloth body becomes a rallying point that sounds like wind rushing through a living throat. The shape of the creature says that a people watches, that it will not be moved lightly, and that it claims the right to stand where it stands. Old books of learning draw the serpent into diagrams. A circle of a snake biting its tail appears in manuals that teach about matter and spirit, and the cycle of change. The note beside it says what the sea serpent says in another voice. All things feed what follows. Endings nourish beginnings. The careful person minds the seam where one turns into the other. A dragon that coils around the world in a poem performs the same work with brighter light. Across all these meanings, a few hard truths repeat until they feel like laws. The first is that water is life, and that power over water is power over life. When a dragon rules cloud and river, the people must learn respect, and the ruler must learn how to deserve the robe. The second is that wealth kept in darkness brings ruin. And when a dragon lies on a hoard, a boy with a shovel will soon lie in a trench with a sword, and a village will burn one way or another. The third is that boundaries matter. Drinks, doorways, bridges, and field edges belong to no one and to everyone. A watcher at those places is a friend if promises are kept, and an enemy if they are broken. The fourth is that courage is both a private act and a public trust. A saint with a leash, a knight with a spear, a cobbler with a sulfur trick, a farmer with knives sewn to his coat, a magistrate who fasts and begs for rain, a mother who brings the torch at exactly the right moment. Each face turns toward the dragon so that others can drink, plant, sleep, and wake to work again. The last truth is that dragons are never simple symbols. They bless and they blight. They stand for pride and for rightful rule. They burn a barn to cinders, and they pour clean water from a stone mouth when rain finally comes. That is why they endure. Culture can place both fear and hope on the same scaled back and still be understood. A story can travel from field to palace, from shrine to school, without losing its meaning, because the creature at its center is large enough to carry many truths without breaking. When you gather all of this together, you begin to see why every age finds its own dragon. A village that lives by a river, looks at clouds and a long bending body, and beats drums for rain. A court that claims heaven's favor embroiders dragons on robes, and is judged when floods rise or granaries fail. A hall that hoards gold learns what guilt looks like when it sleeps in a mound. A church that serves the poor finds a way to set the beast to spitting rain away from its walls. A nation that needs courage for a hard winter, or a hard match gives itself a dragon and holds the line beneath its gaze. Through it all, the creature remains what it has always been, a face for power that can help or harm, a test of the heart that grips the spear, a story that teaches work and watchfulness in the language of fire, water, and scale. If you want to understand why dragons keep returning, walk first into an old medicine shop in China and look at the labeled jars. For centuries, apothecaries ground longu, dragon bone, into powders for fevers and fractures. The bones were not dragons at all. They were the petrified remains of ancient creatures locked in stone, long before cities were built. But no one knew that. A farmer found a jaw in a riverbank and carried it to market. A merchant pressed a coin into a rough palm and tied on a neat label that read dragon. A story took on weight. People carried it home wrapped in paper. There is power in a myth you can hold. Across the world, the same thing happened again and again. A shepherd lifted a slab on a beach and saw ribs like the frame of a boat. Fishermen found black teeth shaped like spearheads and called them tongues turned to stone. A farmer pulled a horn core as long as his arm from wet English soil, and the village said giant or dragon, without much need to choose. Sea towns hung whale jaws on church porches and called them monsters from the deep, and everyone felt safer walking beneath them. When something that large appears in your field or your fence line, the mind reaches for the strongest container it knows. Dragon is a hard word. It does not leak. Living creatures helped keep the shape alive. A Nile crocodile dragged into quiet water by a flood looks like a dragon to any eye that has not learned its proper name. And some did swim into the old Mediterranean and give people in cloaks a very bad morning. A whale surfaces, lifts a long back from the sea, and vanishes again without sound, and the sight stays lodged in a sailor's throat for life. An oarfish rolls beneath a wave like a silver banner, and the mind says sea serpent before it can say anything else. On islands south of Java, a great lizard watches with steady eyes, pads forward without hurry, and pulls down a goat, its mouth red, its tail swinging like a club, its hide looking hammered. No book was needed to name that creature. The name already existed. Sky and stone add their share. A blazing rock falls at night and bruises a field, and years later elders point to the scar when a comet like a sword sweeps the sky, and say this is a place to watch. Belemnitis, fossil squid shaped like little spears, turn up in plowed furrows, and are called thunderbolts, tucked under roof beams for luck. The volcano coughs fire into cloud and drops ash like sifted flour. A lake suddenly exhales a rotten breath when trapped gas finds a crack in the rock. Imagine explaining any of that before the right words existed. You would reach for the oldest story you trust and raise its flag. The human senses do the rest without asking permission. We see faces in clouds and figures in wood grain because our minds are built that way. A ridge of storm on a hot afternoon looks like a neck and a jaw. And for a heartbeat, you expect it to turn and look back. A cave mouth looks like a throat. A river bend hisses where water slides under roots. Something in you says it is breathing. This needs no priest and no poet. It is how brains learn to keep bodies alive. We notice movement at the edge of sight. We fill missing pieces with the most dangerous shape that fits. We prefer to be wrong on the side that runs. Some have asked whether the dragon is a bundle tied from very old fears. Fears that kept our ancestors breathing long enough to become us. We spot the coil of a snake in leaves without thinking. We watch a big cat's eyes. We look up when a raptor's shadow passes. Banked ground, grass and sky together in the dim light of a cave, or the glare of a plane, and you get a creature as large as all your troubles. One that can strike from anywhere. Give it a hard high because panic needs a reason to bounce. Give it fire because flame is the oldest terror we never learned to ignore. The dragon does not live, but it fits the way we have lived. Old books of wonders tied more cords around the bundle. Medieval lapidaries wrote of stones cut from the heads of living dragons that could cure what no physician could.